Hello? Is this thing on? I do believe it is. Hi friends, how's it going? I hope you're all well today. I'm gonna start practicing some more pyrography. Also known as wood burning. Hi! Hello, it's me. Or my hands, at least. If I can adjust my lighting. There we go. Slightly better. Hi, Voyage. Hi, Zbadian. And hi, anyone who's lurking. It's good to see you, friends. I hope you're well. Happy Friday. Oh, I already have a whole bunch of things on my desk. Like, the chaos is already well underway. I need to figure out a comfortable position to sit, but this thing, this big old slab of wood here has a lot of things on it. A lot of tools that I need, but also I'm gonna grab some scissors to cut this off because this is just getting in the way. There, I now have a tiny piece of wood to practice on. So I have different kinds of wood. This was, looks like it was laser printed onto here. Not very well, but So yeah, I have a bunch of different things here today. And I haven't done this in so long that I'm a bit nervous. Which is all the more reason to start with some practicing, right? Why not? Why not? So yeah, my right angle, my pencil and my eraser, 2 sanding blocks in different grits, a fine and a very fine. Fire! Hi, Sen. Good to see you. Arson, yes. A brush to easily brush away any dust and things from the sanding. A silicone mat, or what is left of it. I needed a silicone seal. I made my own vacuum chamber several years ago out of a big glass jar, and I needed to make sure that that had a proper seal. So I bought this really cheap silicone mat and cut out a circle to put around the opening of the jar to help create a seal. But I still have this because I was raised by my dad, who cannot throw anything away, even if it would save his life. And I'm trying to do better than that, but there are still some things that I keep, just as an absolutely fucked up silicone mat. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut a small square out so that I at least have something to like rest my hand on, or I can use the bigger part to put the wood on so I don't burn through my cutting mat. Which seems like a smart idea. I don't know, chat, what do you think? It's my old... It's not even practice, this is just getting a feel for it. But I want to make some proper practice squares, because I have many more of these. And I want to get some more practice in, because as I think all of you will know by now. I cannot do anything half-assed. I cannot do anything half-assed if it would save my life. I cannot. I have to go in with both cheeks and sit on the face of the world. This is the way of things. So I immediately rushed in and started creating things. I will do better, but what if I need it someday? How dare you call me out like this? I'm trying to do better with, like, what if I need it someday, then I'll just buy it anew. Like, this is a silicon mat from, like, in Dutch we have the action. It's like the Dutch equivalent of the UK Poundland or the US dollar store, you know. Hi, Lyra. Hold up, my chat isn't scrolling. Where is it? Hello? Happy to announce you're now changing your name to the world. I see. I see. Welcome on in. Calling out yourself too? No, it's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. You know I mean this with all the love in the world. How dare you, affectionately, you know? But yeah, I got some of these. I got them for crafting purposes because of course I did. But these are letter openers. I thought maybe you could make some cool designs on these. I got this cutting board. That is, like, this side looks acceptable, but the other side literally has, like, chunks missing. Let me show you. So it's not safe to use as a cutting board. Because, yeah, San, you were surprised that I had this yesterday. You're, like, wondering why, but it's because it was in one of those... yeah, you can see. I sanded it last night. I really did my best, but, like, you can see there's just chunks taken out. And there's a stain here that I didn't manage to sand off completely. So yeah, this is just practice. Practice board. Message is a deal area of effect damage. For real though. For real. Splash damage, how dare you. I also have these. This was another type thing. They, these are spatulas for cooking. And they have had these laser cut winter designs. Thank you for the follow. Cut out, but they were not sanded. They, like, there's still parts that are pretty rough and I need to sand this one again. Probably need to sand both of them again. But these were not safe for cooking because there was so many, like, chunks and pieces sticking out. You'd get splinters and you don't want that on your food. Welcome in the face of the world. Wow. Beautiful. Excellent. Well done. In for a penny, I guess. That is excellent. I love this. You've been sitting with this account for months? Whose alt is this? No, this is beautiful. I love this. Hi, Monk. Welcome on in. I hope you're well. Happy Friday. You see, chat, I don't have my activity feed up because, my mouth is faster than my brain, so I cannot be trusted to not accidentally read a follow out loud. So I just have the sound playing and a little overlay, but I don't actually see the names of the people that follow. Just, you know, you just woke up. Well, it's not super chaotic here, so I hope you can, you know, calmly wake up here. Hope you had a good sleep. I didn't even see the follow. No. Because I, like I said, I cannot be trusted to not accidentally say what I read. because of the ADHD, and sometimes my brain overflows. And I have echolalia. Quite, I don't want to say quite severely, but it's to a point where sometimes when I'm really busy, my brain keeps overflowing. Like my mouth keeps overflowing because my brain is so full. So just I can't even read it from here. To be fair, when I'm at my craft table, I have to crank up the my chat text to a big size so I am able to read it from my craft table. Because I can't reach my desk from here. Which is also why I don't have a face cam here. But yeah. Oh, you've been sitting on that account for months. That is... well done, whoever you are. That's beautiful. But yeah, these are cooking utensils, but they were not safe to use for cooking because of the, just like, it feels relatively smooth, but even now there's like parts where I'm like, oh, that actually has just wood sticking out. Like I did my best to sand out this hole here, but there was just, you could literally see the pieces of wood just stick it. Just sticking out. Not safe to use for cooking, but yeah. I don't know if we'll use them for cooking. Like they've been sanded down so they could be safely used, but I think I'll just make some cute designs on here if I can come up with shit, you know? Last time we wanted to use it. Ah, we'll block for accounts without mobile. Oh, I see. Safe, not safe for cooking, safe for spanking. They are now. They are now. But they weren't before because they had splinters sticking out. I don't recommend it. But yeah. Monk, have you ever seen the custom paddle I made for Valen? We called it the Brad board in Valen's channel. Obviously I don't have it because it was a Christmas gift like a few years ago. I should say Vainmas, but yeah. It's a custom resin paddle that has like this is cut out of a Christmas tree, but it has the word brat cut out of it. Or vein. For him it has the word vein out of it. Wow. Brat was my prototype. I cannot words today. And vein is the one I made for him. Does it look really dry on camera? Like they could use a little beeswax? Oh, for sure. But I will be doing pyrography, so wood burning, which means that you want the wood to be like natural, untreated. There was a brain in the middle. I think I had the brain cell for a brief moment. A brief moment in time, and just like that, it was gone. But yeah, no, hold on. Hold! There we go. Let me set up my desk for a moment and see if I can find that picture. Studio mode. In OBS. This one.
Yeah. This is big brain time.
It's big brain time. But not for me. Copy image. OBS, have you fixed that I can just copy paste things again? No, you have not. Why are you like this? Save image. Sure, save it in here. Pictures. Oh my, that's big. That's what they said. But yeah, here it is. This is what I made for Valen several years ago. And yes, it leaves an impact. It leaves an imprint. I also, the prototype I made had the word brat cut out of it. I think 4 looks good. I think I could bring it up to a maximum of 5 letters cut out. But yeah. I have not done this in a long time. I still have some resin somewhere, but you know. You can never really unsee the breadboard. Does anyone brain cell share between all ADHD persons and other? It's increased by 1 more. Yeah, oh my goodness, more people to share the brain cell with. This is gonna be interesting. But yeah, this is the breadboard I made for Valen. Just silly things, you know? There we go. I'm back at the table. So I found something else. So while going through all this, I was looking for this piece of silicone. I found something else, Chad. And for those of you that have been here for a long, long time, you might remember these. You might remember these. I found my old stickers, chat. I think I have more of them, but I need to properly go through the box because I ran out of time, but... Remember my Halloween stickers? I think I'll put them up on my, my Ko-Fi. To figure out a good price for them, but yeah, I think they'll go in my my Ko-Fi shop. Just for funsies. Thanks for the sip. But yeah. Are the blurps working, chat? I'm hearing them, but I'm not sure I can see them pop up on the overlay. There should be a sound. But yeah, here they are, my little skeletons. Aren't they cute? I'm still really proud of these. They do be blurping? Hell yeah, good. I am ever since Blurb stopped working like a couple of times for me, I'm just paranoid, you know? What if it doesn't work this time? But yeah, I'm still really proud of these. These little guys here. And the apple. And the little spray bottle. Yeah, so as you can see, these are like iridescent. They're like very shiny, and it's difficult for the camera to pick up. I
hear danger as well. Yeah.
I'm in danger.
Thanks for the biddies. And the test. Appreciate you. Yeah. Shiny apple, shiny perfume. I'll see if I can take proper pictures of them. But yeah, they're probably gonna go in my my Ko-Fi shop. I'm pretty sure I have more of these, otherwise they're just gonna be very exclusive stickers, you know? I have more stickers, and I don't know where they went. I'll probably find them when I finally get round to the reorganization of the craft room. So yeah, spatulas. These I haven't sanded yet, but some ladder openers, just for funsies. This little block that I just cut off of this board. Sandpaper. My books. I got 2 books. Just basics and some projects, just to get some inspiration. But yeah, I think I'll be making something along these lines today, just to get a little overview for myself. I've not done that in a long time. Because these... Hi Spectrum, good to see you. Need to get your day started, just dropping a supportive hi and lots of funds. You'll be still on. Good to see you. Have a great start of your day. I believe in you. So yeah, these are some of the things I made. Which is just one thickness, there's no shading to it, and it was too hot in some places. I do believe these were made with my old set that I got, I think for 10 or 15 euros. I got it really cheap because it was basically just a soldering iron that you could change the tips of. Thank you for thanking the mods that I broke. Because, yeah, it was so cheap, but the threading broke, and then suddenly the other tips wouldn't fit on it anymore. It's what it is. So yeah, I have these 2 that I made, and you can really see there's no shading, and the lines are uneven, and yeah, I tried my best. But I have many more designs ready to go. Just because these are just gonna be coasters. So yeah. And some blanks that I will start with today. Thank you for the lurk, Sebastian. So yeah. It's too shiny for me. I'll do it like this. Yeah. I need to decide which tip I want to start with. There's one on there, but I'm not sure I want to use this one. It's not on, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't be touching it. But it has a tip. Put these here. Let's put this all aside. I will not be using that yet. Oh. Let's consult the book. Yeah, so there's different... It's just an example of tips, and I do have them. My lighting wants to play ball today. I think this one would just be the regular, yeah. I made this holder out of a scrap piece of leather. Just 2 scrap pieces of leather with a little bit of filling inside so I can store these. It's really because the background is so white. There we go. How about this? There we go. Now you understand what you're seeing. There we go. So these are all the different kinds of tips and things. Like, I have them. I just haven't really used them.
Touching tips with Mama K. I mean, just the tips.
Just the tips. Just the tips. That's it, chat. This is today's content is just the tips. Thank you all for stopping by. Yeah, this is a big practice board that someone's made. I don't have a piece of wood of this size. So we're just gonna start with what I can do. You can see here there's there. The same scribbles, just a darker setting. Same thing here. Just playing around with settings and things. I think it's also good to get to learn, like, to get to know my machine. And then they start doing different kind of textures and things. All the way down to some really cool designs. So yeah. And then there's some practicing things like tonal values. It comes with a design that you can copy. And it's sort of a paint by numbers, except it's tonal value of strokes. Yeah, this is really impressive. I am a long way off from this. Hi Duck, welcome on in. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to start this and to play around with it. But yeah, this is one of the ones I had before, except mine was super cheap and I broke it. So now I have one with a wire, and the wire tips cool down a lot quicker, and it's a lot easier to swap them if you want to. To decide on which tip I want. But yeah, there's some interesting. I like this. The negative space, I like that. I did a long time ago, so I got a different one. This one's gorgeous. This one has so many different textures and things going on. I love that. Yeah, this is like the end of the book. I'm not there. Nowhere. Nowhere near. I am here. So let's start with this. And this one's fine, but I want something with a sharper edge. I don't know. I just like that control a bit more, I guess. So it's probably good that I start with this one. Let me get my tiny screwdriver. How do I hold you like this? Yeah, that feels right with the cable. Okay, so then I want this in here. As such. Okay. Yeah, by the way, friends, I had a look at the clip command, and it turns out it did work last time. I just couldn't post the link in chat for some reason. So it do be working. I don't know, man. It be like that. It do be like that. Alright. Meet you here. When I start, I will also put on my little fume extractor. This one. Because the wood burning will create, yeah, it will create smoke, even in small amounts. So having a well-ventilated area is a good idea. And I have a little extractor that I use when I'm working with like volatile glues and other fumes that are bad for you. When I do work with glues, I do also a respirator, just to be super safe. But yeah, this one should be enough for today. I think I sanded this one. I'm not sure. I can do it again. And I also need this. This is an absolutely broken tea. Well, we call them tea eggs in Dutch if I were to translate it. I don't know what they're called in English. But yeah, this one's absolutely fucked. So I use it to clean my tips. But yeah. Just to get the ash off when I'm working. Yeah. Supposed to go to the dentist today. That's interesting. Have you called your dentist office about that? Or was it your dentist office after all? I'm using a really fine grit. Because I did sand this one last night, I think. Because not all Americans are bad. Like, you should call your dentist office to check in. There we go. So yeah, the reason I use a really fine grit is to not create any grooves, even slightly, because that can cause your the tip to skip. Cleaning my tips with a tea egg, a sentence I didn't expect to hear today. You have to work on your expectations. How long have you been here, Voyage? And yet I still managed to surprise you. I don't know about that, Doug. Like, instead of assuming that it is something, I think it's good to actually double check these things instead of just, okay, this sounds bad, so it must be bad. Because then that's no way to live. That's not good for you. Gotta teach your brain to do the scary things sometimes. I'm just marking. College. 5 years, 2 months, 26 days. Wow. Damn. Yeah, you've been around for a long time. Especially considering I had my 5-year stream anniversary in November. $10 huzzah! Did you not change accounts somewhere along the way? Because I do feel like you've been around longer. Only the name. Oh, interesting. Well, regardless, you're welcome here. Let's see, if I want to work here, do I want to work here? This is easier on my eyes today, so I'm working here, meaning I have to slate. Whoops, uh-oh. Please hold. There we go. I actually unlocked my camera from its position. Roro. There. Are you gonna be good? I think it's gonna be good, chat. I'm changing pencils because this one's finer than the other one. I could have used a sharpener, but I have this mechanical pencil. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I locked it back in place, so it should be good, but sometimes, you know, just like little brats, sometimes they wriggle out the restraints. Yeah. There, I'll have a grid to work with. To the other side as well. I'm equal parts nervous and excited, chat. Because on Monday, I'll be having my first physical therapy appointment of the year. So hopefully many more to follow. Was supposed to have it last Monday, but I was still sick and there was so much snow that it wasn't safe to drive there. So yeah, it's gonna be this Monday. I got my new sports bra in. And I'm waiting for the new sports leggings so that I can start getting back into exercising, and this time with medication for my heart. So who knows? Maybe I will not feel like I'm dying this time. Probably not. It's gonna be a wild experience, which is why I'm nervous and excited. Because it's gonna be real different for me. Possibly the first time in my life that I can actually exercise like a normal person. You know, quote unquote normal, because, well, still hypermobile and all that. So yeah. And with that, hopefully, later in the year, I'll be able to get back into pole fit, because I really miss that. I really, really miss it. But yeah, though it wasn't safe for me to do that anymore. Right before my surgery, which is a year and a half ago now, chat. That was a year and a half ago. What is time? And then, yeah, because it's been 2 years now. Has it been 2 years? Has it been longer? Been at least 2 years since I had to quit pole fit because it just wasn't safe for me anymore. To do any kind of exercising. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to get back into it. So that's one of the goals for this year, is to get back into exercising, which I'm starting with a physical therapist, and then yeah, hopefully getting back into pole fit. I need to find a way to add some numbers to this dial, because the pyrography kit has several heat settings, but there's no numbers on them, and I do want to keep some kind of reference to them. I'm grabbing a paint marker. we go. Okay. It is on. Now let's see how much difference the settings make. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then there's also 11 and 12, but I feel like that would be too much. Alright. Turning on the little fan here. You might not hear it, or you might only hear it when I speak. Let me know. I'm not monitoring my own audio at the moment, due to me wearing Bluetooth headphones, and the latency just messes with my brain. So yeah. Look, of course I have paint on my fingers, because why wouldn't I? Imagine. Imagine not making a mess while crafting. Couldn't be me. This heats up relatively quickly. And it heats up very quickly compared to, where's my test thing here? Compared to those tips that are basically soldering irons. But yeah. You can feel some warmth coming off of it, but not an awful lot. And on here, I'm just scratching the wood right now. There's no burn coming through at all. Giving it some more time. But I do believe the first setting is not one I will use often. Feel the heat coming off of it, but the wood is not impressed. So trying to put things on my desk in such a way that I don't have to reach over my drink, or sorry, over my tip to get my drink, for example. Because this is, yeah, warm, chap. There we go. Getting there. But yeah, you can see my lines are not consistent yet, and that's okay. They're relatively dark here, and then I speed up, so I need to get even strokes. Getting a bit of movement practice in on this setting, just to put the numbers on there. Yeah, it's not too bad. Right, let's see. On 6. There we go. Do you have any projects you're working on, chat? Oh, that was very warm. Did you see that? I'm still working on mothcloth, but I got the one wing done. It is done. Well, not done. The pattern is transferred onto the cloth, which is good. You know, if I really want to make an accurate swatch, I should really get my movements even. But yeah, it's alright. This is all just for practice. And that's okay. It's a hard part, chat, but starting a new hobby. I don't know how that is for you, but definitely is for me. Because I've been crafting basically since I was old enough to hold a hammer. I've been doing crafting and DIY and everything related to that. And it's hard when I'm starting a new hobby that I don't know anything about. It's hard to be patient with myself, and allowing myself to learn. So yeah, this is good. Just, you know, having to force yourself to slow down and take it easy. Oh, it's really glowing red. Did you see that? Yeah, we're nearing setting 10. I do usually work on 5 or 6. I say usually, but like previously. Yeah, that's very warm. Yeah, you can see it smoking every time I touch it. Hold on. There we go. There. That should help. Yeah. You can immediately watch it disappear into the little fume extractor. So that's good. Alright, setting 10, and that says... as high as I need to go with this one. Like I said, there's a setting 11 and 12 as well, but... eh. Alright, setting it back to 5. Letting it cool down a bit. It goes really quickly because I can see it. As soon as I turn the dial down, I can see it no longer glowing red. For the speed on this wood, I might need a bit more. Put it there. I'm just playing around with some things and some ideas. Just to get a feel for this again, because it's been so long. Some arches. You can see the grain of the wood coming through in places. Which is really cool, I think. Let's see, if I start here. And then slowly open these up. Maybe. Helps to have an idea of what I want to create, which I don't. Not here, anyway. Not at the moment. Right now, I'm just doing things and I'm like, oh yeah, there might be something there. Like this. Absolutely wild idea to just start sketching or wood burning, but hey ho. Sometimes you gotta let the dopamine take over for a little bit. Ooh, that I haven't done. Some dots. This is a fun one. I do still believe that this tip is too wide for what I want. I'm letting that cool down so I can change it. But yeah, just some practice. I do want to see if I can do something about these. Add some shading, maybe. Already cold enough for me to pick up. Love this system. Maybe? Yeah, we'll see. Just to give it a go. See what I can make of this. You got any plans for the weekend, chat? In case you missed it, in case you're not part of the Discord, my weekend plans are a little bit up in the air. One of my loved ones is in surgery at the moment. Operation, if you're in the UK, I guess. And they'll need care, and depending on how all of that goes and how they feel, like people around them will also need some check-ins and some care, and you know, so we're all helping each other out. But that does mean that I'm not sure if I'll be able to stream. It does mean that I will have to see each day how it goes. So yeah. If I don't show up, like if you're in the Discord, you will get a notification, but if you're not and I don't show up, that's why. See, these are much sharper lines. And I like that. And the great thing about this tip is I can not just use it like this to get the really sharp lines. I can also use it flat like this. To get a more even kind of shading. And I do like that. But yeah, friends, that's at least for this week. Maybe next week? I don't think so, but you never know. Once again, just going by vibes, you know, it's January. It's all good. It's the start of the new year. Getting a bit of a feel for what this year is all about. I always find it really interesting. So in one of the books that I have about pyrography, it said to make it look like wood grain, and I'm like, okay, but we're working on wood that has a grain, and do you want me to make an artificial wood grain type thing? I mean, I can, but why? Why would you? Because it wasn't like they were accentuating what was already there. It was like this, just made to look like, huh? But why? Look at some stars. I don't know. It will be fun to be able to use this on leather as well. I haven't done that yet. Because usually when I have leather that I could use this on, I go for tooling. Which is a technique where you make the leather wet and then use, well, tools, stamps, things like that to carve in but also sculpt it. Leather gets a really interesting texture when it's wet, and there's like a good middle ground between damp and soaking wet, like where it's the perfect consistency to use the tooling and a swivel knife to do the carving and such. Made some really cool things with that. Do I have some here? Like this one, for example. This one's still a work in progress. This will eventually be a like a hairpin. It'll have 2 holes on the side and then have a stick through to use it as a hairpin. I can't zoom in any further, sadly, but this is, yeah. But like if I combined that with the pyrography, I could make some really cool depth design to it, because right now I'm carving all that depth, you see? So where it's more compressed, it turns darker, like here. But what if I could accentuate that with burning, or really add some details with the burning, you know? That would be really cool. Something to experiment with. But yeah, leather is expensive. I have scraps. I have plenty of scraps that I could practice on. But I don't really have leather to make things anymore. But leather is so expensive to purchase. But oh well. I should play around with the scraps that I have more. Make more of these small designs and things, because they're really fun. If I can make something out of this, because the burns are also deep and it bleeds a bit. But yeah, this is very clearly a first attempt with the soldering iron type pyrography pen, which works really well for some, but clearly is not my thing, evidently. The thing is, I could just keep playing around with this until I like it, you know? Or not, and then there's nothing lost because it's just practice. There we go. It at least makes the bleeding look less like an accident, or just less obvious anyway. It's interesting because it shows up lighter on camera than it is IRL. But that's because my camera... So the one that I have here, my craft cam, is an old DSLR. Old enough that it doesn't go up to 1080, which is fine. But yeah, it has some auto white balance, and I can't figure out how to get the autofocus to work. But that's also because I don't have a capture card, I don't have a cam link. This is just good old USB. I could try if I can get my hands on a proper HDMI cable for this. We might have one still. To see if that improves it, because like also the frame rate is quite low this way. At least you can see what I'm doing. You can at least see what I'm like working on and stuff, so not too fussed about it. Yeah, I like this a lot better. It's a lot better than it was. It's interesting though, because while I'm working, I can also feel that some parts of the wood are very eager to change color and others not at all. Like, this part here, for example, is not... There's also barely any bleeding on this stripe, but it also doesn't want to change color, it feels. Like this part here in particular. Interesting. I've also seen people combine the pyrography outlines with paint, or sometimes add some like acrylic paint accents and things. I'll have to play around with it. Be careful not to overwhelm myself. Because sometimes there's so many options that it's too many, and then the brain just goes, nope, no thank you. No thank you, none of that. Or just, all of it, yes. It's like, okay, but what do we start with? All of it, yes. I'm like, okay, this is not helping. ADHD brains are so debilitating. Like, truly. And I am medicated. But there's no medication nor amount of therapy that can 100% take this away. Like, you learn to live with it. And you get better tools to deal with it. And medication's one of those tools. You know? with all tools like right now. You gotta learn to use them. You gotta put the practice in. Oh, mess this up. Oh well. Oh well. Nothing lost. I guess I could always just grab my paints and just paint over it anyway. I suppose. Yeah, I like this a lot better than it was. That's good. There we go. Shame is no smell-o-vision chat. I don't know about you, but I really like the smell of burning wood. Comforting. Like a nice campfire or something. But yeah, I don't know. In most cases, I think it's a good thing that smell-o-vision's not invented yet. I'm not sure we need that. But sometimes, you know. Nice, comforting smell of a campfire. Wish I could share that with you, you know? Yeah, it's another part of the wood that really doesn't like to change color. You know, sometimes you gotta try something out just to see if you can, and then it turns out the answer is nah. And then you learn something. I feel like that's where I'm at. You know? Can I shade a pair with crisscross shading in Pyrography? I don't know. Fire! Hi, Ron. Good to see you. I hope you're well. Yes, this is very concentrated arson. How are you today? I love fire. This is true. This is the best pair I've ever drawn with fire. This is, you know what? That's very motivating. I like that. It is indeed. And these are the best strawberries I've ever drawn with fire. Yeah. Hell yeah. It's really hard to get the focus right. There we go. I gotta retire. Just got home. Now I have more yarn. Hell yeah. What's the plan? Oh, Roan, you'll like these, I think. And for anyone else who wasn't here earlier, I found my old stash. I found my old stash of stickers. And I gotta figure out a good price, but then I'm gonna put them in my Ko-Fi shop. I'll I'll put them in my Ko-Fi shop. I haven't figured out a good price for them yet, but yeah, these are iridescent, like the little poison spray cloud. And a little poison apple. And this one's just Matt. Just a little guy. It's me. Or the skeleton inside me. I could have sworn I have more of these, but currently I only have 2. But yeah, I have to figure it out. First of all, how the Ko-Fi shop works, because I've never used that. I only used their commissions part, which are not active at the moment. But I have to figure out how to do that in the shop, and then shipping and such. But I don't know how the Ko-Fi shop works with shipping. It's interesting because it says that Ko-Fi should be should let you use things like debit cards as well, but it currently only, at least in my country, supports credit cards, even though Ko-Fi specifically mentions the Dutch payment, like the Dutch banking, Dutch payment processor, ideal, but I have to figure it out. It needs more research, chat. Yeah. Here. And straw baby. See, what else do I have? Lemon, peach, cherry, orange. Yeah. All different citrus, I'm not sure anymore. This is so long ago that I made these. I don't know. Citrusy, anyway. You know, the internet has ruined me. That's all I'm saying. Wait, this is all still very new to me. Still getting used to the tools and the materials and just vibing, you know? I have to say, the wood isn't working with me here, but... it's getting blotchy because of the grain. Hi, Spectrum. Welcome back. An embarrassing story. Oh, boy. You know what? Go for it. It's probably one of those things that's like, yeah, been there. Show up to June, I get you, gonna get you, and you start choking. You didn't want to cough and couldn't speak, so I had to give her a minute. Oh no, it's the worst. It's so bad when like your body just goes, I forgot how to deal with this, so we're just gonna choke on our own spit for a moment. Please hold. Rip. Rip. Been there. To buy so much more, just ask for an item and ran riddle, photography practice and waited to see the cameras. Ah, yeah, no, pyrography. As in pyro, as in fire, heat. It's also known as wood burning, but you can burn so much more than wood, chat. I mentioned it earlier that you could do this on leather as well, which I haven't tried yet. Probably. It'd be so much for you to electrocute yourself. Burn, I understand, but electrocute? Are you afraid you get electrocuted if you use any other electric tool? Because it's just that. They sub electricity to burn wood. You're 185 centimeters of pure anxiety. Oh, you. I hope you can get some meds for that. Oh, was it you that wanted to look into ADHD Central? Because, yeah, recommend. But yeah, no, I mean, sure, this is hooked up to a device that, is plugged into the socket, sure. Like, it's an electric tool, but there's no currency running through the tip. You got distracted by a parcel. Welcome back. Leave subscription box. Hell yeah. But yeah, no, it gets really warm. But because of this particular type, it is indeed, it's a wire. You can see the discoloration because of the heat on the tip. So I'm not touching it. But this gets warm really quickly because of the wire device. But it also cools down really quickly. But like turn it off and then maybe a minute later, I can turn the screws, I can take out this wire and I can change the tip. I have different types of tips that I haven't fully figured out how to use yet. Might not use all of them, but they came with the kit, so well. And it has a temperature dial. Yeah. And I have my fume extractor on because of the smoke that comes off of it. Because yeah, you're burning wood, albeit very controlled. There's a new catnip toy, yay, and a feather toy, and you got a nail brush and a mask, and Dorian got a fizzy tea to try. Ooh, and some dryer balls. I've never used dryer balls. What's the purpose of a dryer ball? Explain this to me. Why would one put balls in the dryer? Like, I know of their existence, but what's the purpose? And because I don't understand the purpose, I've never used them. I don't think they're a very popular tool here. They help catch hair and dust and help to dry stuff faster because they stop things clumping together. Ah! That's how they make your clothes smell nice. See, my clothes smell nice because of the soap I use, the washing detergent, I think is the name for it. But I understand it. Yeah. Okay. So they, you know, say if you are drying your bedding, it prevents things from deciding to live in the big sock, aka your duvet cover. Because honestly, that's basically the only thing I throw in the dryer is my bedding and like things like fleece blankets. And towels. Towels as well. But then again, my bathroom is pretty large, so I can just put my drying rack there. A little experiment here. Let's see. More also forming a lump so easily, your duvet cover might still eat them, but the dryer balls will help it spread out instead of having 5,000 socks in one corner. Apparently they also help prevent wrinkles and soften for fabric. Gotcha, okay. Yeah. They prevent you from having, all the say the pillow covers that happen to have gotten inside your duvet cover, prevents it from that specific corner just all bundling up. Interesting. Oh, I like this. I like this idea. You can take your local de-stress with some Dutch fresh air and Warhammer. This story event traumatized you. Oh, you. My craft is always as amazing. Thank you. I'm looking forward to see your paints. I want to see your paints when you get around to doing them. I'll need more practice to get these lines even, but... There is progress. Hell yeah. Exciting. There. With different styles. I like that too. Different styles. It's fun to play around with this. Alright, I'm turning the temperature down slightly. I'm gonna step away and take a quick break. Chat, I need to look at something in the distance because I've been staring at this for a while. So yeah, I'm gonna go stare at some other things, have a little bio break, grab a snack because I'm feeling a bit peckish. And you know what? I might actually run some ads while we're at it. I know we don't do ads for another half hour, but might as well run them now so you don't miss anything, because I'll be on break. Take this time to go take care of yourselves as well, friends. Go do the thing. Speaking of laundry, go check on that if you need to. Grab some hydration, grab a snack, grab your meds. If you've not taken your meds today but you still can, then please do. And I'll see you all in a few minutes, yeah? Yeah. Hello. I'm back. I need to quickly refill my hydration. And then I want to make some designs for these, and I'll need your help, chat. Now I know it's still winter, but everyone's over the whole Christmas cozy thing, but like these are the spatulas that I have. And I want to make some cute designs on them, and I need your help. Hi, Zib. Welcome back. So yeah, I'm gonna fill my hydration, but yeah, something for these spatulas would be nice. There. Zooming out a little, because this one has more designs in them. See if I can get some inspiration here. So yeah. Next I got these lateral openers that I need to sand. Oh, then these two. Let me put these away. It's less cluttered here. So it's a slightly different kind of wood. It'll be interesting to see how that goes for me. Like, there's some really cute spoon designs in here, but I have spatulas. I do not have a spoon. And I'm kind of tied to the, you know, the laser cut designs that were taken out of these. Filling your ears with loads of cozy sound strains, fireplace, vinyl player, and then also me! I'm cozy sounds, hell yeah. I mean, today I am. Today I am, not flailing and screeching over, oh, I don't know, helldivers. I really like this design. The bowl, but I don't have a bowl. Got spatulas! Try a different tip. Go. Scrub these thin lines. Maybe? Or do I want the... No, let's grab that one. There. So... Ooh, more trees behind the tree-shaped hole, so around it. As if it was the first tree in a forest. I like that. Let's see. We can make... Can I zoom in a little bit? A bit of a horizon, maybe. Put some stars in the sky. I think that could work. Brain's only half working at the moment, so the description is a bit wonky there. But it was good enough. Yeah. It's good. It's a good... I understood what you meant. Something like this. Can't add too many either, but if I... If the eraser doesn't work, I can always use sandpaper again. I'll probably have to. Something like that, maybe? I'm not too sold on this one. There we go. But what do I do down here? I could get a thin sheet of paper to brainstorm the design. This is true. A Bob Rossian cabin. Do I also want to maybe add this here? No, that doesn't look good with the rest of... I don't want to add in too much detail. I don't think I'll be able to. I don't know if you need it, but I need to say no department idea the other actually work this place to be better for myself and selflessly, thank you. Maybe continue with a big wager or hang out with, get funny and keep pushing on. You are so sweet. Thank you so much. That is like a huge compliment. Thank you so much. That's so kind. No need to be sorry for a wall of text, you silly goose. And you deserve all love and the support that gets to you. And you! Thank you, you kind bean. That's so incredibly kind of you. What the heck? I don't know about Bob Rossian, but I did make a cabin. We'll see how well this works out. The words of Bella, never be sorry for any length of text filled with positivity. Exactly, Zabadian, thank you. To save up for the day to take in commissions or open an Etsy. Oh, goodness. That's really kind of you. I used to do commissions for like emotes and stuff, but then I'm an incredibly anxious being. And my anxiety was not kind to me, and then I got sick and I needed surgery and I've been recovering, so yeah. Last year was a lot of damage. There were some positives too, thankfully. But it was really hard with like my medical journey as well, but now I have medication for that, and Heck, I'm gonna start exercising again, which I mentioned it earlier. I'm both nervous and excited for that, because on Monday I'm starting my first physical therapy with my new heart medication. And hopefully I'll be able to actually exercise like a normal person without feeling like I'm dying. Pretty valid, but if I do decide to ship to the Netherlands, then you would get stuff like this. Oh, thank you. That's really kind. I have found my stickers that I showed earlier. These. I had more. There are more stickers that I made around there somewhere. These are all my designs. But the ones that I found will go up in my Ko-Fi shop. Once I figure out how and what and how to do it. I haven't written it on my to-do list because I just have these physically on my desk. So yeah, that's something to keep an eye out for. And they can just go in an envelope in the post. But I had more, chat. I had the sticker of my spray emote. And others. Oh, hi, Sen. Welcome back. Yeah, it should be doable. It's totally doable. I just have to figure out how it works on the Ko-Fi side of things, you know? Or Ko-Fi, I should say. Ko-Fi and no-Fi. Whatever. The website where you can throw money at me. Give me a tip. Also has a shop option. There. Let's start with this and see what it looks like, and then I can always decide to do the rest as well. Can go in an envelope. A spatula can also go in an envelope in the post. This is true. This is true. Though the bubble envelopes I do have are too small. But maybe a letter opener. Is that too meta? A letter opener? Sending a letter opener in the post. Is that too ironic? Unseen Academicals with Terry Pratchett. Ooh, how are you finding it? Alright, chat. Let's go. Let's heat up this thing and see how well this goes. And see if I did take that design further down. And maybe do the other side too. But wait, there's more. There's another side. I like this design. This was a good idea, Zabadi, and thanks for the inspiration. Maybe I'll bring this back here as well. Mayhap. I'm not totally sold on this part yet. I don't think I like that. While it's heating up quickly. Yeah, I like that better. You had a different design in mind with this works as well? Yeah! This is the first time reading it. It's good and very topical in current political climate, as are many Pratchett books. And the more things change, the more they stay the same, don't they? Okay. It's a different type of wood that I've not worked with before, so let's start with dark. Okay. No, I'm so nervous about this new type of wood that I need to remind myself to breathe. You ever do that, chat? You hold your breath. You're like, oh, you know what I need? Oxygen. Ruminating over the possible design for the snowflake? Hell yeah. You do often wonder how Pratchett would have handled late-stage capitalism. It's interesting, and it makes me wonder how far in the late stage we are, and if this truly is the final form. But hey-ho. Let's not dwell on that. But yes, chat. Ideas are welcome. Inspiration is welcome. I also have... Hi, Farah. Hello, capitalist survivors. Hello. It's good to see you. I hope you are well. Yeah, I also have a snowflake that I would like to make some designs for. Ooh, can you vote for a few vines? Ooh, okay. We're cooking. Vines that run across the entire thing. Ooh. Okay. Also, pun was not intended, but it is a cooking utensil, so hey, we're cooking. We're cooking, chat. But yeah. Cool mountains. Do not bring up Vine, rip Vine. So I'm not on TikTok or anything. Like, the only social media that I'm on would be Tumblr, if you can even call that social media. I mean, I suppose it is. But, like, I get a very curated selection of TikToks sent my way by friends, but also by sometimes people on Tumblr reposting them. And there's a whole collection of Tumblr posts with Vine energy, and I'm like, oh man, remember Vine? Free Shavakadu. Remember? Remember Free Shavakadu? Horizontally, as it should say, vertically would be harder. Maybe. So can represent more than winter, can represent adventures from far away, be misty mountains where smog resides. Yes. Vine and vine come pleasure, a lost form of art. Road work ahead. Honestly, some of these have fundamentally changed my vocabulary. Just... There. Sometimes you read something online and I should... Jared 19. Speaking of the agony of being able to read. I sent something to a friend of mine the other day who is known on the internet as 100 duck-sized horses. Unless he's wearing the Halloween costume, then it's one horse-sized duck. But sometimes I send him something and he goes, yeah, that's on me for having eyes. Jake's one of the funniest people I know. There's one vine I still think about sometime die. Just resonated your life and always forever be, but it has no dialogue. To a YouTube short of the old Vine. Ah, yes, the archives. You'd have to get a permit from a mod. I'm not at my desk currently. But are you in the Discord? Because if you throw it in the pics and vids, because I won't watch it right now. But if you throw it in the pics and vids, I'll have a look at it later. That way I can't forget. Because if it's in chat, it's gone, you know? Or send it to Sen and he'll post it in Discord or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah, like this. I do feel like this wood is easier to work with than the plywood. Like these. Completely different quality, of course, as well. But yeah. You can notice the difference. Yeah. Yeah, I'm liking this. This is nice. But yeah, no, I chronically suffer from I've never heard of this thing in my entire life. Like, you know, when someone's like, what's your favorite movie? And then my brain's like, we've never watched a movie ever in my entire life. What are you on about? It's like that. It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna do groceries. Then you gotta put stuff on the grocery list. And it's like, I've never eaten a food in my life. And then when groceries are done, I'm like, ooh, yeah, this would have been nice and this would have been nice. So I added to the list for next time if I think about it. But yeah, it's just with everything. I don't know what it is, if that's like a part of choice fatigue or a part of anxiety. I don't know, but it's just brain deletes. Brain just straight up deletes it. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of things who probably until 13 for some reason decided to wipe. Oh no! Yeah. Hi, Jason. Oh no, here we go. I've awakened something. Never learned how to read. Oh my goodness. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Goodness me. Hi, Panda. It's funny how some things can just really spark your memory and then bring all the lurkers out. Like, I remember. But we all speak in memes. Like me just speaking in the Pepperidge Farm remember. But it's the blueberry. Remember? Gosh. That feels like a lifetime ago as well. Happy Chrysler, yeah. Eva Apeldoorn bellen, yes. That too. No, those are some really good Dutch commercials, though. But they were from a Dutch insurance company. And they were just these absurd accidents and things that would happen. And it was their slogan was just call, I don't know, the city they were based. And those commercials were really good. The other ones that were really, really good as well, of Dutch commercials was the Gouden Hits. Or the Yellow Pages. Like the phone book. Remember phone books, chat? That would be in a similar vein, those commercials, and it would be, I don't know. It's one I vaguely remember of like 2 security guards and one of them got stuck or something. But there's one, and I'm not sure if it was the insurance company or if it was the Yellow Pages commercial, but like, I think it's a security guard in an aquarium doing the rounds, and there's a... And there's a small crack starting in the glass, and then another security guard goes through the Yellow Pages and just go like, okay, so do you do emergency repairs? No, not until tomorrow morning. Okay, gotcha. I'll try someone else. And then his colleague is just desperately trying to hold the water back. Hi, Danae. Yeah, see, this is some really good commercials I'll never forget. Or the one that... Oh, someone's literally following instructions, like, where, they're driving a car and then navigation says, turn left, and they immediately turn left into a bush instead of at the next crossing. Or, put the mouse in the upper right corner, and someone just picks up their computer mouse and just dunk, taps it against the screen. And it's one of those big old, like those thick screen. It's a cleaner that taps the glass with a broom and then follow up with a security guard calling for someone to fix it. That's the one! That's another thing. When commercials were just funny and they had these follow-up commercials that, like, you had to have a commercial between them to really sell the punchline. But yeah, I don't wipe it on a cloth, by the way, this tip. I've got a really banged up one of those loose tea holder things. What are they called in English, chat? Because in Dutch it's a tea egg. What is this? But yeah, you can see it's like, it is so fucked. It's so fucked. Is there a shark swimming in the glass? Oh, okay, look them up. Chat, one of you, please, go to YouTube and find them and then post them in the Discord. We need answers now. I think we're all half remembering commercials and we're just mixing them up together at this point. It's the security guards, the one got stuck, the one got stuck into a crash test car. Yes, that's the one. I've seen that one recently. Thank you, Jason. You were already on it. Hold on, chat. Thank you for the update. I quickly had a read, yeah. Yes. So a tea ball. Okay, well, not as fun as a tea egg, I suppose. But yeah, no. I mean, it's not much of a ball anymore either. This thing is concave in many ways. Anyway, that's what I use to clean the tip, chat. Just the tip. But to get the ashes off that slowly accumulates on the tips, and then it makes for a nicer and more even burn. Clean the tip by rubbing it against balls. Yeah, you know what?
Ooh.
Ooh, woo. Indeed. All right. Thank you for your patience, chat. Got a bit of an update. As I said, streams this weekend are a bit up in the air. As a loved one just had surgery, and it all depends on how that goes and how much care they need and the people around them need. If I will feel well enough to stream. I did want to stream today, even though I too was like nervous and tired, but I just wanted a vibe, you know, and this is very chill. And I didn't get to do Pyrography last week because I didn't have the kit, so yeah. It's nice to give this another go though. There. I think it's quite cute. I feel like I have to flesh this one out a little bit more. Like a very skinny little tree there. But I also don't want to add too much detail, you know? Because it feels like it would take away from the rest of the design. Oh, the smell is so comforting, chat. Like, truly. Like a very small and contained campfire. But yeah, Jason, what you said about it being the different brand, like being the Yellow Pages, and you could have sworn it was the insurance company. Yeah, that's what I bet. Like we're all just mixing up the different commercials now. the ancient texts, as you do. But I do think there might have been another commercial with an aquarium and indeed a shark bumping into the tank, trying to break the glass, and then someone frantically, I think, going through the Yellow Pages trying to find someone to repair the glass or something. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because they were really good commercials. Trying to add some more mountains here. Mayhap. Mayhap. Something like that. Angel Woods, they have made one of the most successful ad campaigns in Dutch history. Everyone loved the ads and remembered them, including the slogan. Everyone said they would choose this insurance and trusted them. Then less than 10% of respondents could name the insurance company or knew how to reach them. Yeah. Yeah. Because the slogan was fantastic, but nowhere was the name of the company mentioned. Yeah. Like, it was on screen, but it wasn't in the slogans, it wasn't in the... Yeah. Clean accident corrects the glass, cleaning is trying to stop him cracking further and panic is colic of his so chill colic. Yeah. From the yellow pages. Yeah. Thinking of the... Yeah, there was one beer brand where... it was a whole range of commercials. I remember that. It was a whole range of commercials about them finding a skull without front teeth. And they try to figure it out, and they figure it out, and then I think it's one of the construction workers or something that decides to open a bottle of beer with his teeth because he doesn't have an opener. And that was a commercial. That was a joke. Yeah, with his fucking teeth. Yeah, I know. Because we don't have twist caps here, chat. So yeah, that wasn't a very successful ad campaign because yeah, everyone knew that campaign. Like me, I can still recite it now, but A, I don't remember which brand it was of beer, and B, I wouldn't want to, like, thinking of that hurts my teeth, you know? Back when ads were fun and not intrusive, yeah. Though you say that, but like there's a reason pop-up blockers started becoming a thing around the same time. So nostalgia is a bitch, chat. Do not trust it. It lies. I do remember a different commercial, but it wasn't a Dutch commercial. But again, could not tell you the brand of beer. But it was a beer with a twist cap, and it shows a woman from the waist up. Like it shows a bunch of guys are all doing, yeah, I can open it with my armpit. Yeah, I can open this beer with, I can open my beer with this and that. And then there's a woman showing from the waist up, grinning, grabbing a bottle of beer, moving it slowly down out of range of the camera. You hear that tss, and she shows her open bottle of beer, and all the guys are just stumped, and then the camera pans down and it's her fucking belly button. That one's also good. As now we're just out, I think what helped us to crowd a lookie. I should be dope. Yeah, that one. The awards for the funniest advertisement. Yes. The one about the one about autocorrect or predictive text as well was also funny. Also, the Guinness share with a friend or more is wild. I don't think I can, like, I can imagine what direction that goes, but I don't actually know that one. I don't think I've ever seen one for that commercial anyway. There. Is it Scholz? The one with the front teeth? I can't remember because we were talking about that one just now, Zabadi, and it's like we can't remember the brand of beer. It could be. I'm not saying it's not. It's just I don't remember. Alright, let me lightly sand it to remove any pencil lines. There we go. It was almost. Oh! Okay. Oh, this is the Guinness. Oh god, this is the Guinness share with a friend or more commercial, huh? See a naked lady on all fours swaying back and forth on her lower back stands. Yeah, I have seen this. On her lower back stands a pint of Guinness, and a hand reaches from behind her, grabs a glass, and you hear a sip, and the word Guinness appears. Then a hand from the front of her appears and grabs a pint and takes a sip. And a text, share with a friend, appears on screen. Then a hand from below her appears and grabs a glass and takes a sip. And or more appears on screen. That's the, yep. Yep, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah, I did. Yeah, no, I just like couldn't remember, but then you kickstarted my memory. Yeah. All right. Also, what do I do for the rest of the handle of this thing? Need to find that, add and send it to Valen. Yes. I think I'm gonna sand this one first, the little letter opener. It is smooth, so I'm just getting off any small bits that might have been missed. I remember the slogan, yeah. Back when commercials for cigarettes were allowed. I do like the idea of the vines, but I think see if I can reverse engineer that. I'm making them too spiky. Hold on. Hold on. I have an idea, chat. And I want these to be leaves all the way down. Although it did look like scales, which is not a bad idea either. Decisions, chat. I think I do want somewhere over here. Oh, you cannot see that. Hee. This one might be too long. Oh. I mean, to be fair, I can barely see this. But yeah. There we go. I am a sucker for botanicals. Just watch that Guinness ad, you were not expecting that? Yeah. Yeah, I do be doing like that. Not entirely convinced, but that's okay. Thank you for the follow. I'm just a little guy, trying their best. Well, come on in. Okay. Forgive the wobbly camera. One day I'll find the solution to make this camera have autofocus. But today is not that day. Yeah, I'm still thinking about a design for this one. I don't know. I do not know. I am pleased with how this one came out, though. So far. I'll figure out something for the handle at some point. Something simple. And maybe the back as well, but eh. This one's fun for now. Yeah, you're warm, alright. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know what wood this is, chat. This is just... I don't even know what I initially bought these for. But yeah, I had some wooden letter openers in the... in storage. Pick up, might as well. Just playing with fire. This looks kind of cool too, actually, without the vine. If I add the leaves here, it would look like leaves are falling down from the handle. It's also a vibe. Decisions. This is why I struggle with things that are like open world or sandbox or that type of thing, because I have too many ideas and my brain, I cannot narrow it down enough. So I just get overwhelmed and end up doing nothing. Didn't mean to show you my my blue hair there. I mean, it's not a secret that I have blue hair or anything. When I play games, I do have my camera on, my face cam. It's just that I can't make that work at this angle. But I didn't intend to show my hair while I'm working on this. But I am happy with this design. Ooh, ads starting soon. That's a good point. Right, I'll turn down the heat slowly. I need to do a be right back, friends, because I actually need a bio break. Like, ooh, ads, you know what that means? Like, yeah, okay. So take this kind of time to go and take care of yourself. Grab some hydration or a snack or whatever you need. And I'll be right back.
Hello.
I am back. We still have ads going. I need to reheat my thingy. I turn it off when I leave, just for safety measure. There, let's do this. There we go. Lyra, I'm not sure if this is what you had in mind, but it was inspired by your comment, so... And I am a sucker for botanicals, so there's that. Oh yeah, Jason, if you're still here, could you, if you still have the Guinness ad open, could you DM that to Sen so he doesn't have to go on searching for it? There. Now I quickly sand this one as well. So there's no more pencil marks on there. There we go. There's one side of the letter opener at least. I like it. Looks like this might be a better idea. Here we go. There's a grey sheen to it, but that's because of the type of pencil I used. There we go. I like it. Let's see. All the things we did today. I started out with some testing. Then I did some changes. Went back to these old designs. I added some shading. I really like the spatula. That's really nice. And now the letter opener as well. Look at that, chat. I'm proud of this. This is really nice. This is fun. I'll do this more often. For sure. And yeah. As I mentioned several times, but I just want to make sure that you all know, friends, that I might not be back tomorrow. I might not be back on Sunday. I will probably be back next week on Friday, but it all depends how things go. Because, yeah, gotta take care of someone who had surgery. Me and several others, but still, you know, we gotta check in. Gotta check in. So, yeah. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. This was nice. Keep an eye on the Discord, whether or not I'll be here. And I think I'll go for my usual raid on Fridays, which is Abby. Abby Savvy Art. I do believe it is Abomination Friday, and yes it is. That's beautiful. Wonderful. Fantastic. Thank you all so much, friends. See you when I see you. Thank you for hanging out with me today. And remember, take care of yourselves. Take care of your spoons. And I'll see you all around in the realms of Twitch, alright? I love you all. Bye-bye!